Mic test, mic test, mic test.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Before I call the meeting to order, Steve has somebody you'd like to introduce to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. Welcome. Good morning. I'd like to introduce you to our new Finance and Accounting Supervisor, Mr. Paul Hubbard. Paul comes with 20-plus years of experience in the city, both the City of Medicine Hat and City of Swift Current. Paul started on Thursday, and he's hit the ground running. And so, yeah, would you say a couple words, Paul?
So, to the chair and everyone around the table, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Gives me the opportunity to stay in Medicine Hat. My mom lives here, and she suffers from Alzheimer's, and so it's difficult to move her at this stage in her life. But I'm a designated accountant. Have obviously worked in municipalities for over 20 years, as Steve said, in various different roles, finance and project management and that kind of thing. So I bring a wealth of knowledge with respect to how things intricately work in a municipality. Cities are a bit different than the rural. I know that, and so there are different issues, but for the most part, it's the sort of the governance structure is relatively the same. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Cypress County.
Thank you again.
Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Additions and deletions. Teralyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your consideration, we would like to request to add under 10.2 a letter of support for the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. And 10.3 would be the Peace Butte Solar AUC application.
Thank you. Dustin, moving it with the additions? Any questions, comments? Vote. Yours doesn't work, mine's up. That's carried. Okay, I need a motion to go into public hearing. Shane's making that motion.
You got her.
Vote. It's carried. All right, so 2314, Kayleen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-14 is submitted by Mark Holdley of Land Matters on behalf of 1499888 Alberta Limited, Imad Salih. And the application is to reclassify a 41.1 hectare or 101.56 acre parcel from Agricultural District 2 to Local Commercial District. The property is contained within the southeast 31.11.5 west of the 4th, and the proposed reclassification area is located along Range Road 55, approximately 0.8 kilometers south of Township Road 120. The parcel currently contains an irrigation pivot and gains direct and immediate access from Range Road 55. The remainder of the quarter section was involuntarily subdivided away in 2002 by the canal right-of-way. Excuse me. It is the applicant's intent to reclassify the entire property to allow for flexibility and certainty to spur commercial development in the area over the long term. In the short term, and if the land use reclassification is to be approved, the landowner intends to submit a subdivision application for the Planning Commission's consideration to develop a mosque on the lands. A subdivision would be necessary so that the land may be transferred and held by the Islamic Association under a separate land title. A religious assembly is considered a permitted use under the current agricultural land use district, which it is as existing. Proposed parcels located outside of the tri-area intermunicipal development plan boundary, however, immediately borders the potential serviced commercial and industrial area of the IDP, as well as the Township Road 120 area structure plan. The planned areas encourage commercial and industrial growth and development, and also follow Alberta Transportation's long-range intent for the future Highway 1 realignment, in which the property is anticipated to be impacted significantly when that happens. So Leslie Ann has the ortho diagram pulled up, and essentially it shows the quarter section, the Southeast 31, and it shows the impact of the future highway interchange on that parcel. If we could too, Leslie Ann, we might as well pull up the adjacent land uses. Thank you. So bylaw 2023-14, the immediate vicinity, of course, is primarily agriculture. Just to the north, you'll see the boundary of the commercial and industrial area structure plan boundary. So that's the limits for commercial and industrial. And then, of course, within that plan area, you'll see kind of a mix of industrial and commercial uses along the 120 corridor. If the application were to be approved, the reclassification area would immediately take effect. The development of the parcel would then fall under the development considerations of the local commercial district in the land use bylaw. The developer would be required to undertake an area structure plan for the development of a multi-parcel subdivision to address servicing, such as water, sewer, transportation network, and fire suppression. A similar application was submitted to council in 2021 and was defeated at second reading at that time. In review of the policies, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are responsible for the planning and development processes that ensure land is available for development such as residential, commercial, and industrial lands, municipal roads and water and wastewater treatment facilities to accommodate population growth. Decision makers in the region will need to deliberately cooperate and coordinate their planning to meet the physical and social infrastructure needs of their communities and to ensure quality of life for all residents is enhanced in thriving urban and rural communities. In addition, municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. The strategy strives to maintain contiguous blocks of land for sustainable growth and diversification of the agricultural industry, and to provide opportunity for the expansion of egg production and agribusiness through municipal land use policy. Section 4.2, Employment Areas of the Municipal Development Plan directs council as follows. The county offers a unique setting for diverse economic opportunity and is committed to ensuring an adequate supply and balance of commercial and industrial land to attract, retain, and expand employment opportunities and economic diversification through all areas of the county. This commitment includes directing commercial and industrial development into defined employment areas, promoting development along defined corridors, and supporting municipal servicing, and the reducing of fragmentation of agricultural land. The objectives of council are to direct commercial and industrial development to locate in the defined employment areas. Sorry, that's the repeat, that's my fault. I'll jump down to section 4.1, major employment areas. And the policy directs that county will direct industrial, commercial, and institutional development that requires municipal services to major employment areas. The county should encourage a range of commercial and industrial lot sizes, and the county accepted servicing standards to be located within those areas as a method to attract diverse industry and business. The county will require that areas designated as major employment areas are comprehensively planned and coordinated through an area structure plan or other county planning document. And the county shall require that development provide on-site servicing for their development and that it meets all applicable regulation in the land use bylaw and applicable design guidelines and construction standards. We circulated the application to Alberta Transportation due to the Highway 1 realignment, and they replied that the primary concern is protecting the safe and effective operation of the provincial highway infrastructure and planning for the future needs of the highway network in proximity to the proposed land use amendment. To that end, the applicant is advised that Highways 1 and 3 form an integral part of the national highway system, of which the ultimate service classification is freeway. Given this, Alberta Transportation's long-range freeway access management plans include a realignment of Highways 1 and 3 in the vicinity of Medicine Hat. Alberta Transportation has endorsed the Highway 1 and 3 Network Functional Planning Study, which has identified an alignment and right-of-way requirements for the future corridor. The timing of the realignment has yet to be determined, and to reiterate, at this juncture would be considered to be long range. The applicant would also be advised that any development within the right-of-way or within 300 meters beyond the limit of the highway or within 800 meters of the center point of an intersection would require the benefit of a permit from Alberta Transportation. The subject property is located within the noted control lines, and as such, any development would require the benefit of a permit from AT. To ensure that any future highway expansion plans are not unduly compromised, minimum setbacks would be identified and invoked as a condition of approval, such that an adequate buffer would be maintained alongside the highway and any other highway-related issues could be addressed. Pursuant to Section 618 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways and the Land Stewardship Act if applicable. Additionally, pursuant to the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by the development approved on the local road connection to the highway system in accordance with provincial land use policies. We circulated the application to the St. Mary's River Irrigation District, and they replied that the land in question holds 82 permanent irrigation rights, which in considering the submitted application would be necessary to sell or transfer the rights accordingly. If the proposed development plans involve crossing the pipeline easement with anything other than farm equipment, the district requests that the road be upgraded and a pipeline crossing be entered into. A letter of support for the application was submitted by Mark Holdley, who is here to present to council today, and he is the acting agent for the landowner, and a copy of the letter as well as the site diagram was attached to the report. And at the time of writing the report, there was no written comments or objections from landowners. So my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is refusal, as the proposal does not comply with the agricultural strategy under the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and nor does it comply with Section 4.2 employment areas of the Municipal Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayleen. Is there any questions here for the planner from council at this point in time? Shane?
So Kaylee, what has really changed from now and 2021?
There's no change in the intent of the application. We have had a change in our municipal development plan as well as our land use bylaw. If anything, the uses within the land use bylaw have been expanded and would allow for the application for the mosque to come forward under the existing agricultural district rather than a commercial district. But the application itself is very much the same.
Yeah, just wait. Okay, are there any comments or is there any other questions for Kayleen? Not seen any? Okay. Are there any comments from anyone for or against this proposed bylaw? Hold on, gentlemen. We'll take the gentleman up front here first and then I'll get to you. Go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've worked on this project for a bit over 3 years now. Initially starting in 2020, we had multiple locations for this mosque. Originally being in the northeast quarter, my client was never made aware of the highway realignment when he purchased this property. He owns several property throughout the county and a majority more in Irvine. At this time, he's prepared to transfer the rights. He's having trouble getting renters on this land. Any development, the north-south Township Road 120, we've moved it. First, we had looked at development in the northeast. The northeast was originally, then we found out, that's when we found out about the highway development. Then the roundabout, which the roundabout gives us a further setback, so we're even cut back to 60 acres. Then we found out Township Road 120 is planned on being turned over to Alberta Transportation and widened. So again, taking further of this property back, allowing less of the development. So at that point, we did proceed with the mosque development where you see the current location. And we were going to do it under religious assembly. And I do understand that religious exemption is a change now and probably can go through. However, we're not going to be able to run a pivot on there. There's no way. It's impossible. If you see what the land's doing in the northeast, it's high up and then it comes back down. It's just impossible. Then we have setbacks from SMRD. Now, SMRD, I understand, they can object, but we can build next to it, yeah, but we don't want to do that. And with tens of thousands of agreements with the county, with SMRD, it's always nice to play nice in the sandbox. That's always been the rule. We obtained all third-party consents, minus the county permits that are required, the development permit. And at that time, we looked at it, and my client basically was under the opinion he's having trouble renting it. Let's turn it over now before it's later. And then at that time, we ended up into this council, and the council's comments were that, well, we don't know if the highway's going to go ahead, so why should we? Well, my client, his main concern was, well, if the county's spending money requiring to, they're developing a plan about this, a basis about this, and able to look forward on this. And there's also a mile south, the county's looking at developing a, what's called the gasoline alley. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with that, but there's been plans within your county and discussions regarding putting gasoline stations and petrol services within there. Now, we're not looking at taking over any of that. We're just looking at getting a development so we have a return on our property. At this time, we are hacked down to less than 50 acres. Like it basically compacts everything. Now with that compaction of that and the statements of council last time, that was the reason for our reapplication. This reapplication is vital to sustaining this property at that time. We did have many discussions with Kayleen, whether we should go heavy industrial, light industrial, what we should do. We don't want to go residential. That was never our plan, nor was it really ever our plan to do anything with this property. It was just an income basis for my client. At this time, though, he has his rights are being impeded from all angles, from the north, the south, the east, the west. And essentially, we're only half a mile away from the industrial line. Now, if you drive this Trans-Canada line, and if you drive it anywhere, that's taking out the north-south that's going to be developed, the Township Road 20. There is no development that has the roundabout on it. This quarter is the most impacted quarter along this line. And I don't know if you can use that as an exemption, but when you look at the other quarters that are being impacted along the line, they definitely do not have this level of impact. Then you head to the south. Now you're setting back, you're going 30 meters from the center of the SMRD. They want you back, 50 to 60 meters, so hence where we placed the mosque. We didn't argue with them. We wanted to make sure everybody's happy. Even flipping it to where the parking lot would be, obviously meeting drainage, sewage, all those requirements that are required under the development permit, that the parking lot would be where the pipeline is to allow access and all that, should it be mattered of ripped up or anything need to be serviced. There is a water irrigation right in the southeast quarter, and that southeast quarter is basically puts it back even further, and basically that's where we sit today's agreement. We'd like to work with the county. We've offered acres for the county free to develop anything they wanted on there, to do anything, but basically just to bring this property out of being in defunct. It's going to be impossible to do it. And whether that's today, tomorrow, it basically needs to be addressed. We feel it needs to be addressed at this time. Thank you.
Okay, just before we take questions here, I think, do we need to clear up any accusations on the 120 there?
Yeah, so there was two things that I picked up on. The gasoline alley area structure plan isn't south. It's just east of Dunmore, so continuing east down Highway 1. And that would be in the boundaries of the hamlet of Dunmore. And then also Township Road 120 it won't be turned over to Alberta Transportation. they have their future corridor alignment, but Township Road 120 very much is a Cypress County road that is maintained and operated by the county.
Okay, just wanted clarification on that in open council.
I'm just going by emails and stuff that we had on that Township Road 120. It was my assumption and direction that it was being turned over at some point to Alberta Transportation.
The only thing that's been turned over on the,
No, it hasn't been yet, sorry.
the only thing that's been discussed about being turned over is culverts that were put in that are Alberta Transportation's right now. And when they're redone, then the county's taking those culverts over.
That's correct, in the diversion there on the 120.
That's the only thing that's going to change hands on the 120. And that's coming to us. It's not going to Alberta Transportation. Just for clarification.
Is it being widened?
No,
No. Okay.
it can't be widened. There's not enough room in there.
That's where I was wondering about the SMRD.
Yeah. No. Kayleen, you have something else to clarify?
Yeah, and just to clarify, the Township Road 120 area structure plan does accommodate the future highway realignment. It has to in order to plan for the future of that highway. So that might be where where maybe the disconnect was, is it's the highway realignment in the 120 corridor in and along that area.
Okay.
So that would be for the portion about basically half the quarter that it will be. Okay, so half the quarter would be.
Shade, sorry, I
Yeah.
wanted to clear that up.
No, it was a shock to me that we're turning the 120 over. I mean, after we just spent all that money doing the intersections and that, it was quite a shock to find this out. You state that you can't put a pivot on in your letter, will not allow a pivot and impacts my client's investment drastically, but there is a pivot on it now. And you're saying you can't rent it out, which I am so shocked at that because there's a lot of people looking to rent irrigation, lots. So there's got to be something not right there. Because it does have a pivot on right now, right? So in your letter though, you're saying you can't not allow a pivot.
There is a pivot on it right now, and with discussions of any mosque building or doing any development on there, we've had a numerous back out of renting it. We do have it currently rented at present time, and it's basically a handshake deal on a day-to-day basis, depending on what the Alberta Transportation does, because we don't know the number of acres that are going to be available. And that becomes a big thing, whether someone can seed or not seed, what they can do, and how they get remunerated, and all of that. And we get into the legal jargon.
That ring road that you're looking at there is way past our lifetime of it coming about. So, and then when you're saying you got it rented out, but you can't rent it out, it's just conflicting information there. I was just trying to get clarification.
Michelle and then Dustin.
Have you applied to Alberta Transportation for a permit?
We've had several discussions with them, and basically they don't want to do anything until we have stay within the setbacks. They want us outside the setbacks, the 300 meters, and that's their stance right there.
Dustin?
I guess just to reiterate on what Shane said a little bit, I just find it really hard as someone who rents irrigated farmland and a fair amount of it, that you can't rent it out. Any rental contracts on a cash basis year to year up to however long you want to make the agreement for. And if there's ever anything like with Alberta Transportation, they got to fairly compensate the renter and the landowner for whatever they're going to take for land or destroy for crops. So there should be really nothing on that prevents this land from being rented. You know, I rent land with restrictions on it for Highway 3, and that's a lot further down or ahead of the line than what this is ever going to be. And it's essentially a year-to-year rent. And if the highway goes through that year, well, you have that in your contract between the landowner and the renter to take and accommodate for that. It's very simple. I find that very hard to believe.
We do that all the time. I do rental agreements with landowners, with companies. I do several solar, oil and gas developments, many. And it's done all the time. Just unfortunately with the development, potential development of the mosque, it counteracts that right-way swing. And then essentially we started, like I said, in the northeast, then the northwest, then down to the southeast, so where we sit currently. So the basis of that is just we affect it, and guys are looking at it and saying yes or no and moving on. Whether they have bigger parcels, closer to home, bigger machinery, I don't know, but that's their decision.
Robin?
I guess my question may be for both Kayleen and for yourself as well. Sounds to me like the issue is that where the road realignment down the road is prohibiting where development can be, right? That's what creates the offset. So we're essentially looking at subdividing and reclassifying half of a, is it a quarter or is it a section right now? It's a quarter, right? So half of a quarter. So we're basically taking up 80 acres of irrigation to put in one parcel, regardless of whether or not it's a mosque or it's a business or if it's a house. It can't go within the right of way of the road, correct? And that's why it's, if any development happens, it basically makes it a non-sustainable irrigation plot. And so like I understand where you're coming at from a certain perspective on behalf of your client, but at the same time, if I think about, the area that we're in, and we're super protective of ag and specifically irrigation land. I'm a business guy myself, and I look at this thing right here from an investment standpoint. I'm looking at it and going, man, rent that thing out as ag for as long as you can, and when they finally buy the land to do the road, that's where the investment's going to get paid off. Unfortunately, it's probably going to be 30, 40, 50 years down the road. Whether they want to hold on to it for that long or not is up to them, but I have just the way that alignment is coming through there. I don't know. It's not just, if it was as simple as saying, hey, we'll carve off a dry corner, right? Different story, but both dry corners are taken up within the right of way, and trying to find any way to kind of look for a loophole that would work. I don't see it, and the only way that it happens is to literally eliminate that entire piece of irrigation to put in a single unit. Again, I'm saying unit versus mosque because I don't think that it has to do with the building. It's just construction. What are you developing, right? And
originally my client had looked at this to put a house on when he originally bought it, because he does have one more development that he's allowed.
Yeah.
And so originally we were going to put the mosque under his name to do it, as we were directed, because he still has one development. He could do that. Mm-hmm. But the problem is you run into problems with donations, taxes, charitable donations, and the lawyers basically said, you can't do that, don't do that, the mosque has to be a standalone.
And the development is also still going to have the same setback expectations.
It's still going to have the same setbacks, but even with his house, when he had looked at it, there is a house to the south, and he was like, well, I don't want to put that something right, like, I don't want to, if you're going to develop it, I don't want to put it right next to there. And then he went to look back farther back, but he'd be removing a ton of dirt in the north, and then and drainage and whatnot. And then with the development, you don't want to be next to the highway and putting up sound fences and stuff. So that's what, he does have other properties over by Connaught Golf Course, sorry, not Connaught, the other golf course, the expensive one. So he has other properties over there, and so he's potentially looking at putting a house on there. And he's an upstanding member of the community. He's here long term. He's a doctor, so we're encouraging as many doctors as we can in this area. The same as I do encourages any development I can within this area, whether that be oil and gas, renewables, whatever. The jobs are important, but I've never seen something under this situation. It's a unique one, and being that we were just a half mile outside of the industrial, and with the with the roundabout being there, it's definitely a highly impacted one. And I understand what you're saying. It could be 10 years. When I had spoke to Alberta Transportation, they had indicated it could come at any time because of the government doing boosts. And they weren't planning on doing some upgrades to the number 3, and they got money because they were looking at doing a boost of development into the economy due to COVID. And a lot of that was an incentive for our drive and push forward, respectively.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments for Richard?
What would be your client's expectation from the county as far as the road that would service this development? I think we'd be looking at quite a bit of traffic, and right now it's a gravel road with some oil patches.
It is. There is a bit of pavement right there. Whether it's slowing it down to 80 or just whatever the Alberta Transportation guidelines are, if that being, vehicles turning, and then we'll be developing a road just going into it, a short road. It wouldn't be that long with the way that we had the development of with the outstretch of the parking lot. So whatever is the safest, obviously, first. With minimal impact. I don't foresee much construction in the ditch. There's already a culvert there. It looked to be a big can. So obviously we'd have to meet any of the county requirements that are set forth.
My question was more that it's a gravel road and there would be numerous vehicles on it. Is the expectation that the county would be upgrading this road to asphalt or?
No, not at this time.
You do realize it's a gravel road?
Yeah, it's better, yes.
Hey, any other questions?
Sorry, this might be asking you to speak for your customer a little bit too much, but I'm trying to understand from an investment standpoint why taking a half of a quarter of irrigated land is better than buying and developing on a more, in my opinion, a more appropriately placed within, whether it's within the city or whatever. Like, when you think about what that land is worth and what a lot is worth, like irrigated land right now is selling for a ton of money. Way, 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 way more than what you could buy prime commercial land in the city of Medicine Hat that would house something like that. Like it.
From what he purchased it at to what it's worth now with the development, as he wasn't aware of that, significantly took off a chunk of his investment.
Yeah, I know, but by the time that you put a development on it, you take it and you're going to cut that in, like what the value of the land is worth, and you're going to cut it by a third yet. And that's up to him to decide. I don't want to be making that.
We went back and
Yeah.
over this, and the only decision he can make, and again, was the donation to the church. This is a donation.
Yes, that's right. So then you write it off as a loss, basically, and
It's a donation.
yeah.
Is what he's looking at. It's a religious choice, and that I'm beyond push.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Can I get you to take a seat behind you? There's some people that are either for or against that would like to come up and speak. One at a time can come up and state your name for the records.
Jeremy Good. I am against. The main thing that I'm trying to get through my head, because at the beginning when the gentleman had moved, I had approached and asked to rent that ground because I knew that Canawisher had moved and sold, and he didn't know that he owned it. So whether or not he had another guy come in and rent it, I don't know. But I was told that he did not know that he owned it. So going for that to, my other question is for the gentleman that was just speaking. You don't have to answer, it isn't the owner, but why did he move here?
Oh, excuse me, you can't ask him questions.
Okay.
You have to address that.
Okay, my question is, why did he move out there?
We can't answer that. You just,
Yeah.
you're
But
against.
their good chance is peaceful, quiet, nice. It's a beautiful structure, and it's a clean yard. It's supposed to stay that way. We want that out there, peaceful, quiet, and not an industrial area as of yet. We don't need that yet. It is ag ground, irrigation. That land probably is making 200,000 on that 80 acres on that hay of Timothy. And for rental, I don't think you'd have a problem. I'm a neighbor. I'll rent it. So to answer that question of problems with renters, that one renter's been renting it for a long time. So if there's any agreement, and in ag business, we do run a handshake deal. We don't need a contract. If you need the money up front, we'll do it. We have a ton of problems with people coming out that way on the or on that gravel strip, ripping down, doing donuts, wrecking the gravel road. It's hard enough trying to get a grader out there to begin with. We don't need more people coming out there. And yeah, basically, I'm against it. I don't believe it belongs in this area, and if we're going to support agriculture, let's support it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Jeremy? Blaine?
I guess my question would be, what do you believe is the value in that land? Is there value in the irrigation in that land? Or?
There's a huge amount of value in it. I'm seeing places that have sold up to 24, or a quarter sections that have sold for 2.4 million. Do the math, figure it out per acre. Bow Island's hitting 3.2. We're not that far away. So going forward, yeah, you might have bought into it cheap, but this land is, we can't, there's no way that we can replace it once it's taken out of its state. So I think it needs to stay as the state of irrigated land. And we're helping the people locally buy this hay to feed their cattle instead of importing it from northern Alberta, Saskatchewan. Saves on trucking cost.
Yeah, Dustin?
So, yeah, I'm pretty well aware that we've gone from about $14,000 to $19,000 an acre in the past, basically year and a half in our part of the world. But the question I have is, with the development of smurd rights in the area, is there any chance that there's going to be any more expansion for irrigation that you're aware of, Jeremy?
To my knowledge right now, there is right now of agriculture expansion. I was on one part of an expansion, but that is done. If right now you can't buy more water rights, so it's tapped.
Okay.
So, as far as that goes.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, one more. We were asked prior to this if they would change this road from gravel to paved road prior. Probably Colin might know better, but I'm thinking 10 years ago, asked if we were wanting to participate in paving this road, and I said no, because it's an agriculture road. I drive B trains. I do not need to have any kind of weight restriction, and I don't deal with people that are sitting on the side of the road talking. I can't stop with a B train, so thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi there. For the record, I'll state my name. Colin Bergovitz. I'm a neighbor of Jeremy, a neighbor of Adil Azam. Just for the record, you can put this down as true fact. When Stantec did come in to amalgamate and say that the Highway 1 and 3 alignment was here, we were all here. Jeremy was here, Adil was here, I was here. The existing land that Adil purchased, this is fact, was a 40-acre parcel with his house, bought it for $1.6 million. This is a piece with his house with a set of wheel lines behind him. When Adil purchased that land, Adil did not know that he had 40 acres behind the house with wheel moves. He thought it was just the yard and the shop. That is a fact. His house, that 40 acres just to the north of that picture, on the north side or the south side of the canal, that is where the house is, and that is the wheel line side. The north side of the road is labeled as a numbered company. So over the years, for record, I've been a landowner on this road since 1990. We've been here for a long time. Even on Jeremy's side here too, we didn't know who owned the north side of the irrigated land because it came into a numbered company. Again, for the record, when that Highway 1 and 3 alignment was proposed, a deal was in this council chambers here when this was announced. So that numbered company on the 80 acres on the other side was proposed. So when that land was purchased, he was fully aware that that was a Highway 1 and 3 alignment on that side of the road. The other side of it is here, it is highly productive, Timothy ground. Right now, the owners that are renting it for fact, or they're Glen Abel's hired men. That is all contracted at $425 or $440 a ton right now for Timothy grass. It's huge money. I'm a neighbor, Jeremy's a neighbor, Rob's a neighbor, Ken's a neighbor. There's no problem of renting this land. If it does come for rental, there's numerous neighbors all along this road that will rent this land. On the other token of our road here, we also have, like Jeremy said, a tremendous amount of traffic on our road right now that we have tremendous mischief, garbage, people that are tearing up this road. Our road is gravel up about a quarter mile till the canal, and then we go into dust control. So the dust control that we have on our road is actually an oil-topped road. It is not a hard, hot paved road. So my problem with this is if we go into an infrastructure movement here to put this mosque in, we are going to pave this road all the way from the 120 right to this. So I'm assuming that we are all going to be affected by a tax increase to pay for this infrastructure change. Again, we can't have it. Jeremy does a lot of silage. He pulls silage from the lower pivot coming up. He can't have a weight restriction on the road. We already find that all the time. The other problem that I have that I'm totally against this is if this does get relabeled to commercial property, are we looking at now another Desert Bloom subdivision? And if we are looking at a Desert Bloom subdivision with a mosque, are we going to have now a religious exemption that, like you guys said, 10, 15, 20 years down the road that we have Highway 1 and 3 alignment? If we have a religious exemption now on where this has been proposed from Stantec, where does this now take it? If this Highway 1 and 3 alignment now, because of a religious exemption, gets pushed to the south, it affects not only me, it affects my neighbor, and it affects my other neighbor. So I'm totally against the proposal of taking prime irrigated land that is a high dollar land, which the owner knew when he purchased this land that the Highway 1 and 3 alignment, this land was for sale for a long time, which we knew that it was for sale, which the Highway 1 and 3 alignment came through. It was purchased after the fact of the Highway 1 and 3 alignment. So as fact, that land was purchased with the knowing from Stantec. So at that, I kind of I'm totally against the proposal of taking prime irrigated land and turning it into commercial property when you want commercial property. Highway 1, or the 120 has already been zoned commercial, or find a commercial piece of property in town that one of our neighbors here can benefit from this land. If he wants, put it for sale. One of us will buy it. Thank you.
No, it's off. I got it. Okay, is there anybody else for or against? I'll now call on any final submissions from those who feel they haven't had the opportunity to be heard properly for the public hearing.
Hello again. Just wanted to go over a couple things real quick. As to the water rights, my client would be looking to sell those or transfer those to another property. In regards to, I missed Colin's last name. As he indicated, the landowner didn't even know he owned the north half there. There was no indication to my client ever that there was a highway realignment along here. If the landowner that was there prior didn't even know he owned that land, like it's going back to he said, she said, but no. And as that, my client's a good member of the community. He has numerous properties. He understands agricultural versus residential versus everything. With religious assemblies, we're definitely looking at the fact that everybody has the right to a religious assembly, whether that land's donated them to them, and 99% of the time land is donated to a religious assembly, whether that be it benefits a municipality, it benefits the community, whether individual is with that assembly or not, it's not, we're not looking at causing any rabble rousing, anything like that. Definitely it's something that is understood. Any development in an area, everybody has the right to quiet enjoyment of their land. Under surface rights law, we all have the right to quiet enjoyment. That includes my client. Again, we're not looking at causing any major developments. Traffic-wise, regarding hauling B trains, weight restrictions, anything like that, those are imposed by the county, not by us. We're not looking at changing that. At the end of the day, safety being first, obviously, we prefer the traffic to be slower along there, especially turning in, doing things like that, or turning onto. I'd go back to just the amount of development that's on this property already has just impacted. And my client purchased property as either a investment or a long-term investment. And those being his choices, definitely was not his intent for me to be sitting here today over the past 3 years, to either look at this in this way or to the highway itself. We would be, the highway itself, we understand the need for it. We're not objecting to that at this time, but that roundabout is what took the majority of the quarter out, and then again with the SMRD. So I just reiterate that and the past submissions.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I can't see where where you're talking a roundabout, that's an overpass. There with that circle is a ramp that circles around to get back onto the highway. A roundabout is way different design than that.
Okay.
Sorry, but a roundabout would still affect, whether it be a roundabout or an overpass, it's still impeding the entire quarter in that corner.
a roundabout would
Eliminate all that.
take away, you would only use up about a quarter of that land. I was in the business building highways for 26 years.
So I agree.
That's
so am
way
I,
different.
yeah.
A roundabout is way different than an overpass.
Yeah,
Way different.
but the overpass, I understand, would be built up from the base down, we're not using pivots, or not pivots, screw piles or anything like that to maintain it.
No, there'll be a bridge.
It'd be a bridge?
Oh, yeah.
That's not how I understood it, but okay.
Okay, you're done with your statement, or? Any questions? Not seeing any? All right. Kayleen, do you have anything? You're good?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman, but I would just recommend maybe calling one more time for any final comments or objections, if there's any others in the room.
Okay. I was just going to do that. Okay, so I'll call for any more final submissions of those who have felt that they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in this public hearing. Everybody's been heard? Everybody's good? All right. With that in place, the public hearing for bylaw 2314 is concluded, and no further submissions will be accepted. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Dustin? Vote? That's carried. All right, before we get on to our 10:30 here, delegation, we'll take a 5-minute break. Sorry, we're running a little late today, Teresa. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me some time to come and speak to you. I have been here prior discussing our Building Agricultural Workforce Capacity program that we're doing. We're now getting ready to launch it due to different things that have been going on. But I just wanted to come and have one final discussion with you all based on why we're doing it, what our expected opportunities or capacity will be with the data that we're collecting, how we're going to measure it, and what will be some of the things that we'll be able to move forward with it. So as I said, our Building Agricultural Workforce Capacity, or BAWC, moving forward, that's our fancy new logo. It will be appearing on all of the marketing that's going out, postcards, newspaper ads, things, and we'll be utilizing that moving forwards, just so that you see it. It worked before. It did work, right? Okay. We tried it. There we go. So why are we doing it? As you know, there's been lots of talk since COVID and recently about why we're trying to develop a labor force within areas. The Business Retention, Expansion, and Workforce Development, or BROOD, that we did in 2019, established or emphasized the shortage of labor within the agricultural sector within our area. The data recommended implementation of projects under the following themes: so keeping youth and young families in rural Alberta, the lack of soft skills training that would address skills gaps within the agricultural sector, a lack of retention and training programs, and succession planning opportunities to fill the labor shortages within rural Alberta. As you all know, you've also signed a memorandum or support of becoming a designation for the rural renewal stream that is laid out by the government. You have received that designation, and that will be one of the other programs that will feed into this as we go forward into the fall. And another program that we've been talking about is what makes a welcoming community. So as you know, the funding for this particular program came from the Labor Market Partnership, or LMP partnership. And then I also have collaborative partners with FCSS Cypress and FCSS in the County of Fort Eamon. Okay. The survey will start. Actually, the consultant that has been working on it is Elan Bond. She has already started one-on-one conversations with businesses that we identified. There was close to 40 that we identified. She, of course, is not expecting that she'll have 100% opportunity to speak to all of them, but we try to identify agronomists, producers, support staff, different organizations that would feed into that welcoming communities piece. The survey that will be done online will open August 1st, and it will run until the 15th of September, and it will be in 3 different parts. So the employer needs survey, that's what I relate to, that Elan will be working on. And then the workforce experience survey, we've developed QR codes, and we'll have an online opportunity for workers to answer the survey, and then they will also be given an opportunity to win gift certificates to local businesses to participate. We find that giving away something always entices them to be a little bit more active in the survey. I think that we were able to get the survey questions down to about 20, so it's not going to take a significantly long time for them to go through them. And it is a nice mixture of what is your job or your search look like, and what makes you stay, what makes you understand, or what makes you want to come to an area. Why would you work in Cypress County versus Red Deer, something like that. And then the last piece is an employer survey that will be emailed out and sent out in newsletters, etc., that we're trying to get as many employers as we can. The Brood survey had on the upswing of over 400 surveys answered, and a significant amount of those were in the rural areas. We had about 45. So we're hoping to, of course, expand on the 45 that happen to be within the rural area for that particular study. Okay, some of the project deliverables will be the market needs assessment. We'll be doing a final report that, or document that will identify the barriers to growth, some of the training needs that we need, employment opportunities within the agricultural industry, that some of that will feed into some of the discussions as to what we want to attract within the area. Opportunities where it would be to expand, and then of course food processing. We all know that there's lots of discussion on what that agri-food piece looks like. This particular needs assessment will be delivered at the Economic Growth Forum that will be happening at the Medicine Hat College on the 26th and 27th of October. I have sent save the date information to you, and hopefully you'll be able to attend. For those of you that came last year, I think that you found it a good opportunity to listen to some of the economic growth opportunities that are happening in the area, be able to network and be able to find out what we talk about around our tables. The second thing is the agricultural occupational profiles. Those are being worked on right now. For those of you that were around during our Seeds Day, the renewable energy, we did some occupational profiles at that time. They were well received within the industry, and really just an extra marketing tool that will be available for us to talk about what's a drone operator look like when you're talking about it's being attached to agricultural versus what would be a laborer, and some of those pieces. So we're hoping to do 10. I think we've got about 8 on the go right now, getting some of the more technical or innovative jobs are proving to be a little bit more evasive, but hopefully we'll be able to get going with that. The next thing is the Agricultural Career Fair. We actually had one in the spring in the town of Bow Island. We had 50 different employers that were represented during the time, and slightly over about 200 job seekers that came to that. We do have plans to do one in the early spring, February, March time in 2024, just to wrap up the opportunity to profile some of those careers and where the jobs are. An employer best practices symposium has been planned for some time after the report comes out. There will be an opportunity to have some guest speakers, lunch and learns, where it's some soft skills training, wellness, anything that has to do with that. And then, of course, there'll be trade show participants, whatever is attached to agriculture and wellness within our area. And then the final thing is the Agricultural Best Practices Media Campaign. Really, basically, that's taking everything together, rolling it up into a nice communications and marketing package. I'm planning to have that go out right after the Economic Growth Forum. Once the report has been released, then we would be able to deliver on that. Okay. So the data expectations. There's often a question, what are you going to do with the data? Why are you collecting it? Is it going to sit on the shelf? I think that there seems to be a lot of conversation about that. Some of the data expectations that we're hoping to build from are the strategic opportunities or objects that are able to promote and support business retention, expansion, investment, attraction, and marketing and communications in our area. We've already talked a few things about housing supply. We've had opportunities to talk about a Return to Rural 2.0 program that would be an opportunity within our area. I came out of a meeting with the chamber last week on Wednesday, where we had a lot of discussion on Invest Southeast Alberta and where are our opportunities going to be able to lie in coming together with an economic development strategy that's regional. So a lot of the data that will be collected from this will of course support those programs. One-on-one mentoring for soft skills requirements. We quite often talk about in rural areas how difficult that is to have that training, and have a better opportunity for collaboration and training opportunities that would be within the rural area. I know the Medicine Hat College has been working at being able to expand some of that training. And again, just an opportunity to support why we would need that. It would facilitate access to funding and other government resources. Of course, when we have a report that says here's where our gaps in the analysis of the data is, we can always go for more funding. Base research for industry-specific reports and research. Through collaboration efforts, we are establishing better connections with potential customers, industry leaders, and other experts and professionals. Offering insight into the entire business cycle, where we can provide information and advice on how to be successful, where our efforts can best be inserted, maybe just even a better opportunity for us to highlight what's happening within the region. And then the last one is better insight into a desirable and welcoming community and what attracts that labor force. I think that's it. And then just some of the things that we laid out will be the measurements of it. Obviously, of course, the attendance and the job seekers at the career fair. We had a very successful career fair considering when and where it was held. Participation of employers. Like I said, we were close to 50 different employers within Cypress County and the county of Fort Emile and town of Blue Island that were there to represent the job openings that are available. Of course, there's always the reach of the media campaign. We can't really have a pathways to measurement without having that. And then the registration and who actually comes to the best practices symposium and the attendees that will happen there. And I think that's it. I'm at the questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Teresa? Keith? Oh, sorry.
Just a point of clarification. You mentioned the word soft skills. Could you define that for me?
So soft skills is usually customer service, being able to use the new AI programs, things that would be an opportunity for you to gain more skill within your job. It's not usually like the university degree. It's the external opportunities for you to be supported at your job. And that runs as far as even HR programs. There seems to be a big trend now with having your employees interviewed during the day as to what makes them stay. Why do they align themselves or keep their job with you? Those kind of things would be soft skill programs.
Blaine?
Yeah, so as you're collecting this data, is it going to be like, do you have a database somewhere, or how is this going to be available to the to these employers and to the workers? Like,
Yeah, absolutely. So as I mentioned, Scully Research is actually doing the consulting piece of it, and she develops a spreadsheet. So it's actually housed, I'm not exactly sure where she has it. We have the QR code and it's into a program. And then she'll write a research document that will give us the raw data and the stats that she'll pull together. So, yeah, it's probably, if you've had a chance to read through the Brood, it will reflect very similar with what was released with the Brood. And then I was also able to release to her the raw data that we had collected during the Brood time, and the consultant at that time had broken it down into Cypress County, County of Fornamel, Town of Bow Island, and at that time the Town of Redcliffe was part of our stakeholder group as well. So she actually has that as well. So what we're hoping is that some of the data from that will draw correlations and show some differences or similarities to what we were talking about in 2019.
Richard?
Reports are always tough because it's just more reading, but what comes out of here is the fact that on the Verge board, we do have Mark Keller. He represents the college. And the college is very interested, very on board as to what direction they should go and how they can assist in anything that's out there. And that, of course, agriculture is a big part of it. So Mark's always asking the questions, is there some courses we should be teaching? Is there something that we can help in? So this gathering of information is pretty important, and we need it from the ratepayers, all the members, all the people out there. In order to move forward, we need to know the needs. And that's Teresa's job, also with Beth. She's working with Teresa on this. And so, yes, I could apologize for more reading, but I'm not going to because it's important, okay?
Any other questions or comments? Steve?
I always get excited about jobs, and hearing about that kind of growth. But a couple things come to mind. Do you know about like the median income that these jobs would be paying?
Yeah, so again, that's an opportunity for the consultant. That's why we pay her the dollars. So she'll come with those kind of stats. And some of the research that we're doing as well with the with the profiles is giving a range of dollars that are attached. And that was kind of one of the reasons why we wanted to go from very tech jobs to lower end jobs so that they understood. Not everyone's going to come out with a high degree. And that was another thing that we learned from Brood. You know, there was a lot of discussion on skills. They actually had to do a separate report, and that came out from the college about 2.5 months ago. What was actually a skill? Like, what is the definition of that? Why would we be able to utilize that? So yeah, that's a really great question.
And then just one last comment, kind of a lagging thing of creating all these jobs is housing. And one of those things to balance might be looking at housing or where these people are going to stay. It's always an interesting conversation, yeah.
So just in that, and just for your information, Tara Lynn and I have had several conversations based on a housing supply. What we have come up with for an initial opportunity to start to look at that, we'll be doing a SWOT analysis of all of the areas within our region. It's probably just going to be, this would be the positives, this would be the negatives, this has a school, that kind of thing. So what I've been able to do is I've been able to have conversations with County of Newell, all of the special areas, then of course our area, our stakeholder area. I have a meeting next week with the City of Medicine Hat to discuss with them. And then what we would do is band together to do that SWOT analysis. And then the second piece that I have reached out to Karen Blewett with the Government of Alberta, she's going to give me dates. And I'm hoping to have industry, all the economic development organizations, and the municipality representatives come together with a facilitated discussion. Where are we with housing supply? How would we be able to move the needle? And then, of course, from having, again, that report or that initial discussion, we'll be able to then look at what does getting dollars to be able to change this look like. I think that, yeah, there's a lot of discussion, but does anybody actually know where to start? That's, and I'm sure you're dealing with that too, Stephen. Yeah.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you for coming in. No, thanks a lot for that. It's good to see.
Oh, yeah. I'm loving this. Let me tell you.
Turn that into an electric one and really give her.
Looks like more fun.
Thanks a lot. Have a good day. All right, we're on to the minutes. Everybody read them over? Somebody want to move them? Sure. Shane. Any questions or comments on them? Vote. That's carried. 6.1. Kayleen or Carolyn?
Yep. So bylaw 2023-14, land use amendment, second and third, the public hearing has taken place. The recommended motion that council defeat bylaw 2023-14 at second. On page 6 is the planner's recommendation for refusal as it does not comply with the agricultural strategy under the implementation plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan or section 4.2, employment areas of the MDP.
Is that what it says on there? Yeah. Okay, Blaine would like to make a motion.
So I will make the motion to defeat second reading.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Have to move second reading?
That's what I said, you gotta move it first.
Okay, move second reading. Oh, okay, right, yeah. So I'll make a motion to move the second reading due to, okay, carry on. Because I can't finish the rest of my talk until after.
Yes, you can. The floor is open. You made the motion for second. Now you can talk against it if you want to talk against it.
Okay, sounds good. So I will like to see it voted defeated as due to the fact that it does not fit into the tri-area as well as it goes against the commitment of the county to keeping ag and ag land intact. Also, I have another question with it. As the mosque is a permitted use, how does this affect if they, how does this affect the building? So this would be for Kaylee.
Yeah, so although the mosque would be a permitted use under the agricultural district, it's still going to be subject to certain parameters. So if we use the example of somebody wanting to build a house on an undeveloped road allowance, there's still the requirement that they have to build the road to get access to the home. So it would be a similar situation with a mosque development. Due to the concentration and likely the number of vehicles and that sort of thing that we would see, we would require traffic impact assessment for the intersections. And then also because of the intended use, we would really likely look at a paving condition as well for the range road, so that it's a suitable road surface to support the development.
Which would be a cost to the development, not to the county.
Correct. Yeah, it would be a cost to the developer. There would be a requirement to provide security, the construction completion, final acceptance. It would be the full process.
Robin?
Kayleen, I know that in assessment, land designation or classification and use matter, right? So if you may have ag space, or you may have, but if you're utilizing part of it for commercial, right, it's assessed differently. What I heard from the presenter today was that if the development goes forward, that it makes the ag portion that remains unviable from a rental standpoint. And so my concern is that if you use the ag loophole to gain the permitted use as the ag, now you build it, are you still going to continue operating the remainder of the land as ag? If they're not going to rent it, are they themselves going to farm it? And if it just becomes dormant, does that potentially, what do you do with that? You know where I'm going with that, Steve? Because to me, the potential of using that as a loophole exists. But they basically just said that the ag value will be completely destroyed by putting in a single development. And that is a concern to me.
But that still has to go through the MPC process, so.
No, I get that part, right? But if you're prepared to walk away from 1.6 million in land value in order to put something in there, what if, so then they go and they pave the road? It is a concern to me, and it's maybe something that we need to look at down the road, because to me, I know I've joked at times with yourself as well that, with planning is about proactivity. It's not allowing. We're not in the business of trying to find ways to allow everything to happen. And for me, even for this to potentially house something like, a commercial activity or a religious gathering area, planning still comes into it. And they're talking about the road going by and everything. I look at this as kind of an approach or an attempt to start creating different kinds of activity to increase land value when all of a sudden the buyout has to happen from the province. And, whereas if we start changing the rules and allowing people to build up against areas like this, we should be having even further conversation from a planning perspective on what kind of that area structure plan might look like if we were to start entering into those conversations. There's just a whole lot of things that doesn't feel good about this, and I get he's trying to maximize the value of his property, but there's not a whole lot that I think that we can do with that land other than keep it ag.
Anybody else have anything to say? Richard?
My concern, one of them was the road. Nothing was even hinted at that they understood that there's going to be a $2 million price tag to get an adequate road that the neighbors could still use, wouldn't be banned. It would have to be this asphalt road that is made for heavy traffic. And I would like to have heard that they understood that that's not the county that's going to pick up a tab for a commercial piece of property or development. So I definitely I struggle with that. And also with water, potable water. We're talking a water line going down there. If it's going to have any kind of, I'll stick with the commercial part of it, because I don't think a well is going to do it, and I don't think a cistern is going to do it. So there's a whole lot of things that haven't been thought out here.
Okay. So just because Blaine was a little confused there, I'm just going to say, we have second motion on the floor. He said he wanted to defeat it. So if you are against it, this is where you vote no instead of yes. We normally vote second motions through. So I'm just clarifying because Blaine was a little confused when he was making the motion there. Everybody understands what you're voting on?
You said vote.
Just push a button. You're voting for second reading. If you vote no, then it doesn't go through and it's all done. Everybody's clear? Any more questions? I'll ask for the vote. I just wanted everybody clear. Okay. Okay, that is declined. So we are on to 6.2, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-15, the MDP, first reading. The RFD is on page 26. The MDP starts on page 30. So you'll see the changes in red. So the bylaw, because there's a significant change in the bylaw, then a new bylaw number is assigned. So it goes from there, and all in the red is the proposed changes. And the recommended motion is that council move first reading of the bylaw. After that is done, then there is a public hearing, and then after that is second and third.
Okay, thank you. I had Dustin had his hand up. Dustin?
I'll move first.
Okay. Any questions or comments on it? Not seeing everybody's. Okay. Well, Robin, you made a comment about having the churches in agriculture earlier. Should that be something that's looked in this since we have this open?
Yeah, just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, we'll want to look at the land use districts of the land use bylaw if we're wanting to assess the uses.
My fault. You're mixing the two up.
And correct me if I'm wrong, that'll have to come back after the MDP because there'll be some changes, correct?
Correct. So once the MDP is amended, we'll want to make sure that the land use bylaw is aligned with the MDP,
We'll open up at that.
and we'll follow with the land use bylaw.
Mixing the two up. We need to put full names on these instead of abbreviations. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for first vote. Yep. That's carried. 7.1, Terrelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. June 2023 AP listing, it starts on page 152 and follows to, I believe, to 178. Is there any questions?
Any questions on, or somebody want to make the motion for it? Michelle's making a motion. Blaine, you have a question?
I have a question on page 12. Where's it? Over here. This was kind of wondering what the compensation of the trees to Blaine Grimm was for. Was it, do we have to remove some, or did we wreck some, or what the story was there?
Through the chair, part of one of our road widening projects and paving projects required some additional right-of-way to be purchased. So there was a compensation at market value of the trees that were in place.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote. Stupid, broken. That's normal. That's carried. 8, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 179 is the CAO report. Do you have any questions?
Shane, you're moving that, and you have the floor.
Right. Hey, I was just wondering, that nice expensive patching machine that's still parked there and has no wear and tear on it, that has it been rented out, and have we been using it? That
We're not depreciating it, it's like new.
it's like new, I guess.
Be appreciated.
Yeah. It's like an old car, it just goes up in value.
Through the chair, we haven't had it out. We had some issues with getting it out last time that we contacted the supplier, and they've graciously planned to come down in the next couple of weeks to do a demo for us and work out any bugs and to get it going.
There you go.
Well, I thought Kim, our past Public Works guy, had all the information and did all the, he attended all the showings and knew how to run it, and
Nobody's ever asked, so.
Good answer.
There, that's settled, that's good.
Any other questions or comments? Blaine, you get to have one. Yeah.
I guess I just have one comment. I've been asked quite a few times at different ratepayers that little concerns over our contract grass cutters, maybe not doing a very good job out there, driving too fast, this and that. So I'd like to just make a comment that it looks like Public Works is on it, has been paying attention to these guys. And if you want to comment on that, Ken, at all?
Sure, through the chair. This year we did a little, or something different. We have some new contractors working for the county that required a lot of oversight and how we, to ensure our level of service is being met out there. Some of the issues included, having that vehicle follow the mowers, and to ensure that, they're back far enough. Just these little things that we're so used to in the county, and has worked really well in the past. So it is getting better. We've had to call them back a number of times at the start to redo some areas, and they're working with us, and it's still a trial right now with them.
Perfect. We keeping you up, Richard?
No, I was just smiling because we were talking about those guys, well, the people that are cutting the grass. So I've on my third grandchild helping me with my grass, and every time the new one gets on, the next one gets on, it's the speed, because they love speed. You're 14 years old, and well, even if you're 16 or 17, they're going to go as fast as that zero turn's going to go. And so I've heard that complaint over at Desert Bloom too, like we should slow those young girls down because they're just gone. Okay, we'll work on it, but it's going to happen every year. So,
Robin?
The contractors that are hired for the arterial roads like the Eagle Butte or townships and range roads, is that contract set up as a flat rate, or is it based on per kilometer kind of thing? How does that work?
Through the chair, per kilometer of road.
They're going as fast as they can. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody? Can I have a minute to think about that? Richard, did you have something?
well, I'm reading over about all the windmill projects and the solar projects, and I think it's great that we have hired somebody to, well, actually almost, I guess, full-time, keep an eye on our roads, keep an eye on what's going on. This spring, when I went up into that Jenner area and picked up Keith, and then we drove along that, whatever highway number it is, 84, it's actually provincial, but my goodness, you could really see the infrastructure, like the cracking of the roads, the rutting and stuff from that windmill project. And if we weren't on top of it now, it would definitely hurt us big time down the road. So I'm just quite pleased that we have it. I think it's too bad the provincial government wasn't on top of that road, because, as Keith said, it was quite rough. You had to slow down considerably versus the portions where they weren't hauling windmills pieces on it, and all the concrete trucks, the gravel, everything else. So I'm glad that we are in that situation, that we can we have the resources to be tough.
Keith? Push your button again.
That would bring up a question that, like, how exactly are we doing on our roads? Like, are we actually staying on top of it? And when this is all over, will our roads be at least to the same standard as when they came? Or, that's a concern of mine, and you don't always know how to voice it. But, I mean, when you see a provincial highways falling apart, And, I mean, it's kind of a pet peeve, and I talked to the guy in special areas, and I go, okay, so are these roads are ever going to be fixed up? And he kind of laughs at me, right? So I kind of go like, you really have to stay on top of this.
Through the chair. Very important, these road use agreements and setting up the project right at the beginning. Understanding what roads they're using, how they're accessing the site, where their laydown yard is, as well as where the concrete is coming from for wind turbine projects. All of this takes into account, and Elise, she's been doing a very good job of looking at all that information at the start, ensuring that all the security is in place for the different roads, whether it's gravel, whether it's pavement, whether it's oil. They're all at different rates for replacement value if they're damaged. Throughout the projects, there's been weekly inspections done on each of the projects that require deficiencies to be corrected by the next week. So that has been going well. We're getting close to the end of the Cypress project, where we've really looked at each of the roads and looked at the gravel deficiency and calculated what they need to add to the road to bring it back to where it was when they started. So very important how we video and monitor the roads at the beginning to compare at the end, because it seems to be always a difficult thing at the end of the project to get work done because they're all on the way out. So.
And also, too, an important thing is if they're not following the road use agreement, then we do have security, but also, too, if we pull the road use agreement, then they don't have a valid permit with the AUC. So if we need to continue to be on top of that, and the team has, but that's an important tool, is the road use agreements, having those signed right from the get-go.
So another concern of mine coming out of this is when they're using a provincial highway and there's deterioration, but the next project is starting before they finish, how is that being addressed? Because you're going to have a certain amount of deterioration, the next one's going to compound it, but how do you make the first one accountable for their damage?
So through our process, we identify the roads, how they were before and how they end. But on the provincial right-of-ways, we have no control over that. So that would be, that if there is some concerns with that, I would recommend that council forwards a letter of concern to the province and shares those concerns, that those roads are getting beat up pretty bad.
So, looking at the 884, we as council could forward a letter then stating our concern on that portion that lies within Cypress County.
Yes.
Okay. Robin?
Ken, with the, on the 120, I know the 515 heading towards Maple Creek is being rebuilt right now. Prior to it being rebuilt, the Hutterites would contact me constantly with regards to the boniness and like the bigger stones that were becoming visible. I've noticed, I've driven the 100 quite a bit lately, and between Little Plume and the 41, and I've noticed in kind of 4 or 5 areas that that same kind of big cobble is becoming exposed and coming up. Is that within that road use agreement for that contractor right now? And how does that, I know it's very specific, but are you guys kind of watching that, keeping an eye on it, or aware of that?
Through the chair, prior to the road being, or them starting, we did look at those things, and around that area, the 100 and the 110, we do have those issues with that road already. So some of that has been noted previous, that it was there, and all the way through. Some of those roads are quite wide, wider than the 8 meters, and have squashed out, cutting into that pit run base already. So at some time in the future, we're going to have to do a shoulder pull to bring that back up to where it needs to be. But we did make some notes on that one along our note there. Yeah.
Shane?
Oh boy, maybe this will take us to lunch. Under The haul road agreements, just for the rest of council's FYI, when I used to be in charge of some of them, on one occasion we even had to do a subgrade prep. We had to dig down the gravel road a meter, dry it out, rebuild it, then add gravel. We had to reconstruct the road because we blew it out under a haul road agreement. We have, like Ken said, he videos it, you have to put it back to that state at no matter what cost. That's your responsibility. So that's our lifesaver, is that video. Number two thing, on the old Trans-Canada Highway where ACON is protesting, that we should get a hold of the consultant to tell them to look after their weed problem. All the businesses along there have cut all their weeds, and we're getting a lot of big weeds along the road, and they should look after their part of that, because that job is not complete. It's still technically under construction. And when do you figure that, I see they've doing that appeal, when will that be done by?
Through the chair, we're still waiting on the response. My goal this week is to pressure a consultant to get that response soon. Their intent is to reprofilograph the road at their cost, and they'll have to use a pre-qualified company by Alberta Transportation that can do that work. So they're just kind of working out those details on schedule. So hopefully the next report, this will all be sorted out before the summer's gone.
Good, because the clock is ticking.
Any other questions? Michelle?
Somebody else gets a chance to speak.
I'm just curious about this Milk River watershed thing that's coming up for elected officials. Any more details on that? No?
Just an invite went out, there's limited spaces, and it's in the States, right? Meet up in the States, but there's not a lot of detail right now. But, yeah, Richard is on that committee.
So what they're doing is they would like, the board would like to show members of parliament, county members, and as interested public, as much room as they would have on this tour, to go down there and start at the headworks of the project, and then just tour pretty well the whole thing all the way back to Cut Bank. It shows what future structures will have to be, or what's there and what will have to be rebuilt, where they have already got plans to do some more. So the Milk River watershed is pretty important because it goes, of course, through Alberta, into Montana, and Saskatchewan, and then eventually, what river does that dump into? Missouri River, yeah. So it's just to show federal, provincial, government officials that they're going to need some money in the future, and they should. Here's the heads up, and here's why. So, but they only have room for 3 at this time. That's all they could invite. So, I unfortunately cannot make it. I've got some commitments that week already, so it is open.
Thanks.
Dustin?
I would strongly encourage someone from council to actually go on that tour. I've been on it before, and it's actually a very, very interesting chunk of infrastructure to look at that no one really knows is in existence. So most of them siphon tubes and whatnot were built by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers back in the 30s or 40s, I can't remember, but they're all greatly deteriorating. And when they had the collapse of the one, was it last year or 2 years ago, whenever it was, it actually took it half to the water volume that went down the Milk River into the States, and actually really affected a lot of their irrigation projects. And the Army Corps of Engineers actually did come up with a plan and fix it at the cost of the U.S. government, which is phenomenal because I think it was like a $100 million project to repair it. So just for the Alberta knowledge of it, they can and will be asking for a contribution from Canada for the next part of the projects. So it would be really worth someone going and looking at it and just getting the knowledge on it, because it is very interesting.
Richard?
It was a comment on when we're talking about our roads and how important they are, and Shane can correct me if I'm wrong, but that 515 rebuild is $5.3 million. And that just shows you how much it costs to build roads. It's a good reminder for us. I mean, we're not paying for it, the Alberta, that's provincial funding, but that's a lot of money. And the windmills would never, solar, they're never going to pay for it. And my concern is, I know we're going to talk about something, another one coming up, but I look at the black and white, and that's maybe one of the routes that will have to be used to do anything down in that area. And you just know it's not an adequate road. It's all oiled, right? So how do you send, how many thousands of trips? You guys probably know the numbers better than I do. Yeah, there's benefits, but then there's also some stuff that definitely we want to be on top of, and I think our staff is. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Questions on the CAO report? Keith?
So I see a letter here from Glenn Motts. Is there any, we've done what we've accomplished at this point, and we just have to kind of wait from here on in?
Yeah, so the letter was sent out to all the respective MLAs and to MP Motz's office. I believe that I've heard back only from MP Motz's office. I got, of course, automatic, that it has been received, but that's about where we're at. But yeah, it was nice that MP Motz sent this letter on your guys' behalf as well. There's been quite a few interviews I'm sure you guys have seen. You guys have all done quite a few as well, so.
You want to say something about it?
All I can say to that is, as producers out in the ag world, I mean, we just collectively should stay together and put pressure on the government. I mean, as far as what council has done is they put forward the act, and the producers have to put on the pressure for any kind of assistance that we're going to get.
Yep. Shane?
Yeah, Keith, the Alberta beef producers are working on it too, lobbying the government.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. I hope this is quick. Mr. Negative. We should screw him up. Oh, Shane's voting no all the time. Okay, Reeve and council report. The only thing I have to add is, well, two things, I guess. Saturday I went out to the visitor center, was on there. Wasn't as many this year as there was last year, but there was a pretty good turnout. But there's so many things going on around in the area. It was car shows and everything. Elkwater had something. Everybody had something going on. Heritage Days, yeah, that was, but it was good to go out there and see some people. And then yesterday, Richard and I went for the grand opening of the Rotary Club Centennial Walking Trail between Desert Bloom and Medicine Hat. Glad we were there. The city was there. The few of us, Richard and I both got up and spoke on it, gave a speech, and I'm glad we showed up for it. We really presented for the county that we were there, and we recognized how the Rotary Club helped to get that thing going. So it was a good show. I'll start with Dustin.
I don't have a whole bunch to report on council stuff, but I would make a few comments. I drove through Irvine the other day and actually had a good look at the resource center they're building, and I'm actually really impressed with that building and what it looks like and how it makes that street look much better in my mind, actually, so I'm impressed. Good job, you guys, on that. And then also, I guess kudos to our hole operator. I've been over a couple places where I've seen he's been doing some culvert replacements, and I'll be honest, he can do a better job leveling off a gravel road with a hoe than most of our grader operators can. So that's big kudos to him on the job he's doing there.
His head will swell bigger.
Lloyd?
It's been quite busy for phone calls and on some road concerns. The only extra meeting I had was at the landfill the other day. We had when we had authorized roughly about 42.5 for the chip, all the wood that's out there. And what's been happening is, because staff has changed, policies have changed, and it all started back 1.5 years ago. And this was one of the last things to kind of Band-Aid up and get it done. And it's been 1.5 years since they chipped. So we had this meeting, and it's now at $100,000 to get it done, and that's for rigging up and rigging down. And and it's going to be used on the compost, and Tara Lynn came out and gave us a lecture on, or I shouldn't say a lecture, but a teaching class on assets that can be used. And so what's happening in the next meeting is that we're going to go through the budget, and then there will be set dates and times for this chipping. And that reverts back to some of the problems we had 1.5 years ago, with staff leaving and costs and stuff like that. So I kind of think this is the last little step to get everything going and back on the road again. So.
Boy, if we had $1 for every time we heard that, eh?
Well, I'm hoping.
That's it for you. Okay. Michelle?
Well, it hasn't been that busy. I think we just had an MPC meeting since last council, but I did have a lot of phone calls asking what's going on in Schuler about the new lift station. Everybody is very happy that they're all out there, and once I answered the questions as to why all this equipment was there, everybody's pretty thrilled with the fact, and they're doing a good job. It's nice and clean, and, you know, kudos. And I think that's about it. Oh, no, I went to Walsh, too. I was in Walsh for Saturday for the morning part. Had a lovely visit with all the staff and fire departments and our CMP that were all there. Wasn't really any people, but then I went to the car show. Okay, that's it.
Just to follow up with Lloyd's comment there, everybody kind of, that the price went way up. The pile is twice the size too. There's a lot more wood that has to be chipped than originally estimated. It's a big pile. But that's what happened over waiting 1.5 years to do it. So his original estimate was going back before what it usually costs, but not really taking in once you got really looking at that mountain of wood sitting there and branches and everything to chip up. And that all that wood chips will be put into the compost, so it is used. So there. And just for Richard's sake, what did I? Went to the Heritage Gather Saturday there to see what's going on at the Dunmore Equestrian Center, which is quite good. I went to Calgary for the Farm Family presentation at the Calgary Stampede on Monday. It was quite interesting. Good again. And dealing with a lot of phone calls about our roads, and even one interesting one, and happened to be that our equipment has been sitting, our oiling equipment was sitting for over a week, and they wanted to know why it sits for so long without being used. So I had to explain it to them that the rotation are on, And that's about it, but quite a few calls about our roads and oiled roads.
Wayne?
Yeah, pretty quiet. In my area too, doesn't seem to be too much activity at the moment or complaining. It seems pretty good. The roads are all, the graveling was all done through there. Everybody's pretty happy about that. Did have a few calls in other areas wondering if there was graveling there, but as we can see, it's taking place and just about finished. And then the grass cutting, which was addressed earlier, and other than that, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I had a couple calls on the grass cutting too, and specifically with regards to the potential of, that's why I was asking about whether it's by the kilometer. Because in one case it was the wings were lifted and they drove the road, but the road had already been mowed prior to, and so interesting. But the other question I had, and I can't remember if we have a project going on for this or not, but do we have a water line that's being done on the 120 anywhere? Because I had.
So that would be St. Mary's doing,
Okay.
that's the pipe for that.
That's on the 120?
Yeah, they're stockpiling it there. It's on the north side.
Okay. Gotcha. So that's St. Mary's irrigation. It has nothing to do with us. Okay. All right. No, that's it. Thank you.
That's a big water line. That's a 3-foot water line, that one.
Pretty quiet, no additional information other than the council and a lot of questions I asked, but other than that, nothing.
Here we go.
You guys, right away.
At 10:58 PM on Monday.
Well, there's sometimes you work me like a rented mule, and I'm gonna have to report, so. Chamber Policy Committee meeting, I went to that. Teresa, Beth, and Kim were also in attendance. Topic of discussion was the chamber wants to look at the city's municipal economic development strategy. It's an old strategy that was done in 2012, and the chamber would like to help the city with that. My comment was that they have new staff now. They're rebuilding that completely, and I think we should just step back and watch them. And anyway, I also told them that Cypress County wants to and will work with our regional partners, but we have no intention of getting in the city's kitchen and vice versa. They can go ahead and do what they're doing. We think we're doing a heck of a fine job here. And Teresa, because she has the most knowledge of what's worked for us and also being part of the Economic Development Association for a long time, has offered her assistance, and I think they will take her up on that. So we cleared the air, and the city gave us a thumbs up on that, so that was great. Yes, also Rotary Centennial Trail, lots of positive feedback on that. That was very important to the hamlet of Desert Bloom. The safety part was really important to get people off the road. I was going to comment that we also threw $250,000 into that road to have it rebuilt to make it a better road, and then we'll go easy on that. So, and then the other part was I had a conversation with Mr. Rocky Ammon. Mr. Ammon owns land next door to the Murray Lake Hutterite Colony, and he wanted to express some concerns. He wanted to address council, and I had to, we discussed the fact that we just can't have somebody come in and just talk to council. We have an agenda. We would never get the stuff done that we need to get done. And so, he understood afterwards that that's why we have people that have to make an application to talk before council. So we talked quite a bit. He has some concerns, and one of them was back at the last meeting, NRCB application for amendment, Hutterite Brethren and Murray Lake. We had put down that council direct administration to submit a letter of no concern to the NRCB. Well, he will submit a letter with his concerns. This is just what he wrote out. What you're reading, or will be reading, is what he has written to NRCB. So I think it's just important that we acknowledge the fact that there are people out there that do have concerns, and his biggest concern was this is just like there's not a time limit on it, and he would like to see that hopefully down the road when the time comes that we can be vocal if NRCB ever wants our input onto a time limit. See how good of neighbors they are, maybe. Also, his concerns were on the roads. As we know with the Murray Lake Colony, that road that's in Dustin's area, someday we're going to have to spend a lot of money on there. And I think we're more aware now than we were before that if we're going to do allow development like that, the road use agreement will be front and center, right? So I told him we are on top of that, but it's a little bit too late for this one. So the county will be picking up a pretty good tab. Yeah, he just wants us to be a little more, be conscious of what's going on. Yeah, he had made some more notes here about permits should be 12 months to start and 2 years to finish, not like a 10-year one. No blanket permits. They should know what's going on all the time. And he feels everybody should have a say, not just the people that are in a 3-mile radius, because of course there's the road, the rebuilding and maintenance, which costs everybody in the county money. So great conversation. He, like I said, he does have numerous parcels of land out there beside the colony, and just doesn't want people to forget about his concerns. Other than that, that's it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Dustin?
I think it is worth noting, though, from last meeting that we did take and bring up the road use agreement thing with, it wasn't just no contest. We did submit comment on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the main thing that came out of that. Yep, Kayleen?
Yeah, and just also to note that I also had a discussion with Rocky last week. So following the council meeting, I did have a discussion, and the letter that was drafted, sent on behalf of council, did accommodate some of the concerns that he did raise. And so I did let him know of that as well.
Okay, and the other conversation I had, not with Rocky, but was with a rural resident, is what are we going to do about broadband? And I said, we're working on it. So I know we got to move forward on it, but I just don't know what the answer is. We talked a little bit because there's the Starlink, there's other methods, and I think originally when we brought that subject up was we were trying to do something for everybody, and I think we're realizing that's not going to work. So definitely down the road, maybe after the summer break, we're going to have to come back at it and have a major discussion on what council thinks we should do and get some more direction. We just can't leave it on the shelf.
Well, I don't think we did at the last council meeting. I thought we discussed that because there's so many alternatives out there, people have a chance to go whatever way they want and spend whatever money they want to have that. But we're still openly looking for something that would come in within a feasible cost.
Yeah, no, and I didn't mean that we weren't looking anymore. I just meant that maybe in a couple, 2 or 3 months, we could just refresh our memory what we might and might not want to do.
An old timer, we always got to refresh his memory. All right, Lane's moving councilors' reports. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Lunch is here, so we'll have half an hour break.
Nice try, grasshopper. He's too crafty for you.
What?
Oh, yeah, you
10.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Disposition of the bylaw unit. The recommended motion that Council Direct Administration dispose of the bylaw unit as an equipped unit on government auction websites. It's on page 191 and background information to follow. The process would be a closed tender, so it would go out, ask for tenders to be submitted, and the unit would be disposed that way.
Dustin, moving. Council direct administration to dispose of the bylaw unit, as it says.
Is it disposition instead of dispose?
Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. 10.2, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Letter of support for the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. It was the handout that was put in front of you. The recommend motion, the council send a letter of support to the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta to assist with their application for funding from anonymous donors. The anonymous donors see value in supporting rural communities in Southeast Alberta. This grant does not require any matching donations to be successful, and a letter of support will be utilized only to show the support from Cypress to the foundation.
Okay. Blaine is making that motion. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 10.3, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was added to the agenda as well. The Peace Butte Solar AUC application. I believe the information was handed out to everyone. There's a proposed solar installation going forth between the Alberta Utilities Commission. Comments are due on the 2nd of August, I believe. This development has not sought development approval from Cypress County as of yet. So when an application goes to the AUC, part of the application process is final approval is that the municipality approves the development.
Thank you. Dustin, you want to speak on it? Make a motion for this and speak on it?
So I will move that Cypress County draft a letter to the AUC with the following comments on it. One being that this is in, the placement of this solar project is in contravention to our municipal development plan and our land use bylaw, being as Cypress County likes to, strives to protect their agricultural lands, especially their producing farmland. Two being the access to this is off of the Black and White Trail. Being a banned road, it'll take and probably require extensive repair after this project's complete. Three being this project will take and affect active watershed that farmers rely on, or farmers and ranchers rely on to do irrigation and watering of their cattle. I think, is there anything else that I'm missing there, guys?
Do you want to elaborate on that, on how they cut this high to keep the snow there?
Yeah, so currently this land, I believe Elkwater or Murray Lake, I'm not sure, Hunter Brethren rent this land. And what they do is they actually keep, when they combine it, they leave their stubble high and it catches snow. And they use strip headers or whatever they may do. And it collects there, and I'm not sure if you can look in those ortho images there up on the kind of northwest side of this proposed project. There's a fairly large dam that's there, and that's both where I believe Ian Good and Andrew Sklyber both have access to that, and they do use it for some flood irrigation on some hay flats up there. The watershed to that dam directly runs through this proposed project. And I believe just the way they have this proposed, it would greatly and negatively affect that. Some history on this property. This was actually Orville Yonke's back in the day. He's since passed. Orville Yonke was known to be a steward of the land and was a very, very ingenuitive farmer and rancher long before his time. There's still an award actually named after him that is presented every year by, I can't think of the name, Farming Smarter, thank you. That takes and goes towards ingenuity in agriculture and doing regenerative operations to try and protect the lands. And our Farm Family of the Year recipient this year, Josh Beck, is actually the one who won that award this year from Farming Smarter. So I'm very against this proposal and its location. I think doing this on some of the best prime dryland agricultural land in Cypress County is an absolute shame, and that we have to stand against it at all costs.
Richard and then Shane.
Just want to comment, I think it should be CC'd to our Premier and also to the Minister of Agriculture, because we have had discussions with them about the fact that they are promoting the agricultural farming business, and then they're also supporting these solar panels that in the end, those who don't care where they build. And so we need to remind them about that discussion, that yes, taking prime agricultural land out of production is absolutely wrong.
Shane and then Robin.
Also, on them letters, I'd like to put in that the governments and the powers to be start regulating the existing solar panels, that to make sure they are working and efficient and working to 100% capacity before building new ones, instead of just trying to build these for carbon credit. And that's all they're doing, because there are some in our county that are not functioning solar panels, and it is wrong that we're building more and the existing ones aren't being maintained to do their full capacity. And it has to stop that they're just doing it for carbon credits. And now we're taking up good land, and it's wrong. Number two, they would have to realize, and with their letter to the AUC, is that it'll take excuse me, a substantial high-priced bond to use the black and white, because it is banned at 75%. We will be enforcing that 75% and videoing their access in and out of there on that road. And then there'll be a high bond to fix anything that they damage, if it goes ahead, and it has to be noted.
Richard and then Robin.
Shane, I think you should make it into 2 or 3 motions instead of lumping it together, because we don't want to get that lost in the fact that they need to maintain. So keep the first one separate that Dustin has brought forward, and then proceed with some more motions.
I'm good at that.
Robin.
I just want to throw a couple questions out to council, I guess from a devil's advocate perspective, because we have talked about this in the last year with regards to taking up prime ag land. But I think that if we classify all ag land as prime, we start to lose, our voice when, this isn't irrigated land. I grew up about 3 miles from here. I know the area very well. From council's perspective, is there any land, like what is the land that we would stand behind and say, hey, this is somewhere else, right? Where?
This way, south.
Yeah. But if we start doing that, are we not going to have people saying, hey, well, we're taking up grazing land and we're taking up, I'm almost wondering though if there's, I'm not a huge fan of these either, but I want to make sure that when we say, taking up prime ag land, it started off as prime irrigated land and now it's prime ag land. And
It's prime farmland.
Okay.
is the difference. Farmland and grassland are two completely different things. You look south of, we'll just say south of the park, there's 75 kilometers of garbage ground down there. It produces grass, it grazes cows, but what it actually produces for the volume it is absolutely terrible.
So should that be the?
So you look at something like that where if you want to go on a metric of it, if you can only graze a half a cow per acre, that's better ground to use than stuff that can graze 10.
Dustin, you're throwing, sorry to interrupt, but that you're going to throw a big wrench into it there. There's a lot of people that make their livelihood of those with grazing cows down there. I mean, there is other land.
You didn't let me finish.
Badlands and stuff that they could go on.
You didn't let me finish.
Hold on.
Grazing works with these projects. They can still work with them, and they can take and graze in between them. It's an option. Hey, they said it themselves that they can make that work, so we'll play with them on that card. Well, sheep, cows, whatever. If the cows wreck their panels, I don't care, but they say that it can be done. They make them higher and they can graze cows by them. I've listened to them tell me it. But if we talk the Badlands, we talk up towards some of that there's poor land in the country. There's alkali sloughs all over this place that would be a perfect place to put stuff like that. There's land that doesn't produce. You know, we have farmland that doesn't produce. But when we take and we identify our classes of land, we can do it by our soil classifications. We're mostly in this area, we're class 3 to 4 sandy loam. You know, you get up on top of the bench out there in south, you go to a 5 or a 6 to a 7, which is that, I don't remember what the classification is for that, but it's way poorer ground because it actually won't sustain agriculture in comparison to what the stuff further this way will. There's also, I don't care how we go about it, how we do it, and you want to call it prime ag land. I call that prime ag land compared to going further south. I call it prime ag land compared to going farther north, just for the way the soil makeup is. So you, even up in the Hill to Schuler area, that's way poorer ground than what we are in this up to the park. Yeah.
But you're calling it prime dryland farming is what you're calling it.
It's prime dryland farmland.
And that's where I wanted to throw it out. And again, it was a devil's advocate kind of position, as if we're talking about it from a soil class perspective. But like Blaine said too, like we have people that make a living doing farming. There's people that make a living doing ranching. And if we are going to start taking positions on what we're against, I just think that it would be helpful in our messaging to be more specific in saying that, you know, we want to encourage that we focus on this type of soil class or less if we're going to be expanding something like this. And then the other side of the coin here, and you know, it kind of brings up the conversation we had earlier with that irrigation land, is at a certain point, you know, we have a lot of groups that are all about land rights and landowner rights. When the AUC doesn't approve something that the landowner isn't on board with, right? And so I just think that we may need to do a little bit more work on being a little bit more articulate on where, as a county, we feel it's appropriate to put these kind of things, so that we're not just opposing everything, which then the AUC looks at and goes, well, this is why we exist, because the counties are just going to oppose anything, and we recognize it's an essential service we need with energy and everything, and we're going to come in and tell them where it's going to go. If we aren't more specific, we're just going to be seen as, you know, those who won't approve anything, and then our voice gets diminished. So I'm just kind of curious as to how we could potentially play that out so we have that voice.
Blaine, and then Shane.
Well, I think it's a good conversation, good topic, and I think we could go to more of a, like Dustin alluded to, maybe instead of calling it different levels of production land, you know, high, maybe go to a more non-productive type land area where, like I said, where there's the alkali sloughs or the badlands or whatever that doesn't grow anything, because there is non-productive land out there. Don't kid, you know, I understand that, but I don't like to say that I don't want to say that this is better than 20 miles away or 50 miles away that maybe has a different a grass area or growth to it, because I know back in the day when a lot of the ranchers down in that area that had leased land got it taken away from them and created different pastures, there's still a lot of animosity towards that. So I don't want us to say that their land is not as good as the irrigation land. So we have to be really careful on how we classify that.
Shane?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with it. You gotta look after your native grassland because of your species. I don't agree with them going on there, but if you want to talk soil and places to go, come my way. Come out towards Suffield. There's a lot of farmland there that is marginal. It's not, we try, but it's not the greatest farmland. That's where this stuff should go. I believe in leaving the grassland alone because of this amount of species that are on it. It is native grassland. But stuff that has already been broken, reseeded to grass, trying to farm, them areas. And there are areas around that can be used. Not, like just Dustin said, prime, dryland, farmland that can grow good crops and usually do. I mean, you take the amount of times that what their crops have been like up your way, Robin, compared to my way. I mean, my neighbor's a really good farmer, and boy, it's been a long time since he's had a decent crop. So there are areas that we got to look at.
Steve, and then
I was just going to ask you a question anyways.
Assessment has a product that we developed a number of years ago that we've digitized every single farm field in the county. There's millions upon millions of lines, and something that we've done in the past, the Hilda fire, for example, we were able to develop immediately how many acres of each type of crop or this, that, or the other that was lost in a moment's time. And we put all that together in anticipation of conversations like this. So it's for assessment purposes, so it's not perfect, but it's darn good. And we could probably push out a map that would show the types of soils, the soil horizons, and the carrying capacity of each grassland parcel. Put it on a big page and start to get a feel for where that area might be if that's where council wants to go.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, so that was actually, you read my mind. That was exactly what I was going to ask you, because I know that there's the sliding scale. Now, the only thing that your last sentence had is that for grassland, do you have that for farmed fields as well? Because I know that productivity is that sliding scale within the assessment matrix, right? You can have a field that has the sandy soil, or you can have a field that's nice, black, rich, and the productivity dictates what the mill rate and the tax rate and how they compute at the end of the day. Is that how that map has kind of been created, is using that information?
Yeah, through the chair, it considers topography. It covers if the field is severed by a rail line. It determines a stone cover. You name it. It's in the soup. So it goes down to a rating, and we can make that rating turn into whatever color or shading or whatever we'd like it to look. But it's pretty sound information. It was based off of 1984. Things still grow pretty much the same since 1984, so it's still relevant information. We would just have to kind of reconstruct it into a visual type setting, but absolutely. And then so that's for the farmland, and it'll talk about the soil horizon, whether it's Malib, Chin, Cranford, what type of soil was there. And for pasture, it'll basically look at the species of grass that are there, whether it's tame grass, whether if it's alfalfa. If it's really good alfalfa, it'll fall into cultivation. But if it's kind of dry hay, it'll show up as pasture, but improved pasture. And then, yeah, based on the capacity. And if you see like a Badlands area, you're going to see it takes 100 acres to feed a pair, kind of a thing. But if you've got really, really good stuff, you might see 24 acres to feed a pair, type of thing. So that'll show up on the map.
But the mill rate's not in, that's what we said.
Yeah, the mill rate's not.
No, that's what you'd said, though.
Yeah, well, no, but it does, because the productivity ties to the mill rate, which gets you your tax rate. There's a sliding scale within the assessment for ag specifically, which is what he was just describing, is that the productivity rating of that.
Doesn't go to the mill rate, it'll go to the assessment value, but not to the mill rate.
It's multiplied by the mill rate. It helps to create the tax dollar amount per quarter at the end. So you can have because irrigation and non-irrigation is assessed at the same. 30,000 a quarter. And then you have productivity, which then allows you to sliding scale. So the Badlands might pay $25 a year for a quarter, but that irrigation might be at 480 or 500. I don't even know what that would be, but it's kind of close, right, Steve?
Yeah, for kind of summary or overarching, we start at $250 an acre, and then every problem that land isn't perfect for farming, we start to chip away at it. So it comes down to a productivity. So Lacombe has the best soil in the province. It's the Blackcomb, and so they would be the only ones achieving that 250 an acre. Now, down here, we start to knock it for different types of classifications and these types of things, so we might get to a rating of 20 per acre. And then that just makes your assessment, we apply the farmland tax rate to that assessment. So,
Yeah, so that rating is assessment is what you're talking about.
yeah, that rating's part of the process to get to your assessed value.
So, Mr. Chairman, Alberta Agriculture and PFRA have done extensive background studies on different types of soils, biodiversity, all of those type of things. So what I would recommend is that council directs administration to bring back kind of the goals, the objectives before we start make sure that we're on the right track, and then because this will be a big project to do. So what is your objectives, your outcomes, that sort of thing? Bring that back in the next meeting with like a policy statement as well, and then make sure and then dive in from there. That's what I would recommend.
Okay, that'll be a separate motion from Dustin's right now. So we're gonna have about 3 motions on the go here in a second. Okay, do you have anything else to add to your motion, or do you have everything in there that you need?
I guess that's a question for whoever's going to be writing the letter. Is that enough information for you to go on to put forward the initial letter? No, because I made it up as I went, so I can't. There was nothing written down unless Leslie Ann wrote it down.
Oops, sorry.
That's why we record the meeting, so we can look back after.
Yeah, she's got it here, hold on.
Yeah, so of course your motion is to draft a letter and send it to the AUC. This letter is going to have items in it surrounding to do with the placement of the MDP and the LUB with those lands, ag lands. So we're going to talk about prime farmland, not prime agriculture, not, prime land of the area. With the road with the black and white trail, it being a 75% banned road. Also with the watershed for irrigation, and about farming practices, how it's been, there's been a dam on the property, it's been left to stubble, that kind of stuff. And that the government needs to start regulating existing solar farms before approving new ones.
No, that's the next motion.
Oh, well, that would be, okay. It would be beneficial to put it in the letter, in my opinion, but that's up to you guys.
You want it in there? Yes.
I would.
Because it all ties together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're the one writing the letter, so you tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, and then you guys want it to be sent to all the ministers and the MPs. Yeah, I've got a fairly good draft of what it'll be.
Okay, are you good with that?
I'm just excited that she listened to everything I said.
That's rare.
Just this time, eh?
That's rare that she's paying attention.
All right, everybody knows what the motion is? Vote. One more? No, we're waiting for a computer expert to, oh yeah, there's one more. Vote one more time. Richard wrecked it for everybody. Okay, that's carried. So that all went in the one motion, but now we have a motion on what Tara Lynn said on bringing back the, yeah.
Yeah, policy statement objectives, what your goals are to have a, to create a policy on where Cypress County, and it's a land use policy, to have where you would like to have renewable energy placed. To give a guiding document, yeah.
Yours went in with his.
And then with that, I'd recommend that you go out to the public for consultation.
Okay. Okay, everybody knows, who's gonna make that motion? Keith? Okay.
Carbon tax.
Keith make
Carbon credit thing.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Okay, let's do this one, and then we'll come back to yours.
Okay?
Okay, everybody knows what this motion is?
No.
To create a guiding document for renewable energy.
Vote. Okay, that's carried. All right, now we have one more that Shane wants to put on, and that's to do with,
That we write a letter to the Premier, that we write to Premier and MLAs, MPs, everybody, that instead of approving new solar panels, that to make sure that the existing ones are all in a working order and running to capacity, that they're just not being built for carbon credit purposes. That they're
you good? Got it? Okay.
something like that.
A little meaner.
Are there examples of ones that are built and not operating at all right now?
Yeah, Suffield.
Suffield's not even working?
No?
No. It's a nice.
Probably been more than that.
Or maybe more than that, when you go by the like,
Up and running at any.
yeah, I'm not sure. It's
They
been
got
some time.
panels this way and flat, and it's.
And it's not generating.
Oh, really?
Oh. Okay, any other questions on that? Vote.
And I don't know if the one out by me is even up and operational yet, like they're just finishing it up. But
So does the NUC?
Okay, that's carried. I don't think we need to do, oh yeah, we do.
So just for some information, I'm looking on ASO's site right now for their generation. So max generation of the Suffield project is 23 MVA. Currently, it's producing 0. Brooks's max generation is 15. It's currently producing 15. Their one is max is 13. It's producing 10. Number 2 is 14. It's producing 12. Chappie's Lake is max generation of 14. It's producing 8.
Suffield isn't doing anything.
Yeah, Suffield's at a 0.
It is.
It's changed hands 3 times now.
Because I don't want to say it, we're.
No. Okay, Blaine made the motion to go in camera. Vote.
We didn't vote on
Let's make a motion for the environmental policy. Vote. Carried. Dustin seeking legal. As discussed. Yep. Vote. And Lloyd's making a letter to the minister. As discussed. Vote. All right. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Meeting adjourned.